整一下我的麦克风。现在各地有风雨了吗？其实我们这边天气还蛮好的，好的有点夸张。
Hello? Really? The bog lady? I suppose so.
Hi, 午安。感觉好久没有，感觉好久没有来 Kick 了。前一阵子因为有一些活动，必须得在图奇那边开台，所以大概有2个礼拜吗？2个礼拜没有来 Kick 了。不过好消息是听说 Kick 有更新了，但更新多少我没有仔细去查。我听说好像手机 App 的部分有更新蛮多的。哎呦，好啦，今天因为来 Kick 的关系，所以我们可以悠闲啊。
Well, here I am again, Morris Lupton, off for my morning walk. This must be the finest stretch of beach on the finest island the whole world over. For a little speck of land in the North Atlantic, it sure is a good one. Ah, but this walk isn't the same without Sparky. She did love chasing that tennis ball. Oh, Sparky. I miss you, girl. Shelmerston used to be a quiet place.
欢迎。
You'd only come here if you liked fishing or bird watching. But since the new ferry service started, we get loads of tourists. Ah, but what you gonna do? It's always changing. Yep, Shelmerston's a smashing place. I'm lucky to call it home. Oh, I see those yoga folks up at the lighthouse are up bright and early, saluting the sun and all that. I always thought that looked like fun. The crater's definitely been smoking more than usual lately. That's funny, that, for a dormant volcano.
海边散步不错，只是，可是这是下午还是清晨啊？看起来像下午。午安。
Ah, the bench. Yeah, this is, well, it's my bench. Yeah, the museum paid for it because I was the curator there. Yeah, and they did that to remember me because, oh yes, I am dead. It's been some adjustment, but not all bad. Yeah, I should probably go and check on the museum, actually.
这是一个死人开局， 嗨，午安。
Yeah, I've been collecting the stories of Shelmerston for years now, here in my museum. There are so many stories, and wonderful ones. The museum started off small, but just grew and grew. It's shut at the moment, of course. Not sure what's going to happen with it now that I'm no longer doing it. I do like coming back here, though. Gives me a bit of purpose, which I've really missed since, becoming dead. Oh, one thing that's been keeping me amused. Since I've been dead, I found I can do some new things.
跟它的闪亮，好。
Pretty weird. Yeah, I'm not sure what use it is, but it's been keeping me quite entertained.
它可以看里面的内容物，哎。哦。
But the novelty's worn off. I mean, it's been, well, I don't know how long exactly, but an awful long time since I've had anyone to talk to. Well, anyone who talked back, anyway.
那是什么？接待台？解锁怎么解啊 ？B 哦，博物馆接待台旁边的是什么？青铜时代的宝珠。好赤裸，可以把所有东西都切开来看。去看一下别张桌子。
No, I couldn't. That sounds like Sparky. Is that you?
没有啊，我们这边没有，我们这边没有风雨。他在这里。啊，狗狗，它长得好可爱呀。
Come with me. I need to show you something. 我这边外面还在大太阳。
What's Sparky?
Morris, you worked it out.
You can talk?
Well, I could always talk. You just couldn't understand me.
And you can hear me?
Well, sure. You are talking, aren't you?
Oh, Sparky!
What is it, Morris?
It's been so long. I thought I'd had my last conversation. Oh, I'm so very glad.
I'm glad too, Morris. I've been waiting for you. We need to go...
Oh, wait. Are you really my Sparky? My Sparky girl?
Mostly. The best bits. But listen, I don't know how long before the volcano erupts, but it's not long now.
The volcano?
Huh?
Erupting? But it's dormant.
No. It has been dormant because of the custodian. But the custodian is weakening and we don't know how much longer they can hold on.
The custodian? What are you talking about?
Shelmerston is volcanic. It's supposed to erupt every once in a while. The only reason it hasn't is the custodian, keeping the island calm.
Wait, custodian keeping the island calm?
Take your time, Morris. Dogs are better at understanding this kind of stuff than humans.
The custodian is a ghost.
Yes! Now you're getting it. The custodian is a ghost who appeases the island, keeps it safe to live on. But the current custodian has been doing the job a long time and really needs to retire.
Oh, and the island needs a new custodian.
That's right. It's up to us to find a new one. There are 5 prospects that I know of. 5 ghosts still hanging around the island who haven't gone into the west yet. We need to find them and see if they'll take the job.
What if none of the prospects wants it?
If the current custodian fades away and there's nobody to commune with the island's spirit, well, that would be bad.
Bad how, Sparky?
Volcano bad. You've seen how it's smoking. We don't have long now.
Well, could I be the custodian?
Oh, I wish. But Ghost Code 342B dictates that the custodian must be a ghost who has been dead on this island for at least 1,000 days. And we don't have that long.
Ghost Code 342B. Yeah, well, I suppose that
至少
makes
要
as much
死
sense as
1000年
anything
才有
else.
资格。
Right, let's get going, Morris. Our first prospect is Peter Noach.
Oh, yeah, from the yoga center. Yeah, he died a few years ago, didn't he? Yeah, I remember his funeral on the lighthouse.
Yes, that's the fella. He always had those funny green treats. Let's go pay him a visit.
噔
Wow, flying. Oh, this feels nice.
What? Oh, right. Oh, you kind of forget about it after a while.
I always was impressed with this yoga center. Pete seemed like a chap who went through some tough times, and creating this place really seemed to help him.
Yep, and it's still going strong. They're always busy with folks from the mainland.
Yoga center run by a robot. How things change.
他这边好酷哦。
Well, seems to be working out, though. So, now Pete's a ghost. So how do we find him?
Well, remember that clue I sent you from inside my urn? The tag?
Yeah?
Right. So
是要
that
去
was
找
something
跟
special to me while I
Pinot
was alive that helped me channel my ghost. A kind of memento. So we need to channel the ghost of Peter Noach. And
所
to
以要
do
去找
that,
皮特
we
重要
need
的
to
东
find
西，回
his
忆碎片。
mementos.
And how are we going to do that?
By looking into the memories of those who loved him best. People with memories of Pete will have little thought bubbles coming out of their heads. Those are a sign you'll be able to dive into that person's memory.
I suppose that's hardly the strangest thing I've heard today.
Oh, Morris, just you wait. Now, to recap. Find people who are close to Peter, view their memories, track down the mementos, and then leave the rest to me.
OK，
So people, then memories, then mementos, then Pete. Yeah, think I get the idea. Okay, let's go.
皮特抵达谢尔莫斯顿，接手担任灯塔管理员。他独居多年，很少到镇上，而且总是沉默寡言。最后，在机器人伊恩的协助下，灯塔开放成为了瑜伽练习场。OK， 这也太可爱了吧！等一下哦。喝个水。 所以我们现在要来找皮特的记忆碎片，要不然在那之前我们是找不到他的。锁定。那是不是？等一下。我刚刚在想，是不是可以切入到人家的身体里面？吓死了！看起来应该是不行。我们只能切入物体，而不能切入人家身体。可能听起来有点可怕。嗨，午安。木质大象，看起来里面没有东西。哎，他们换 pose 了。这是什么？孔武面具。这也是空的。有什么是马桶？哦，等一下，为什么那马桶上面有？为什么有鳌？为什么有龙虾跟海星啊？去往下面好了。风铃，我们去楼下好了，看一下。哎，中央沙发。哦。好多小糕点，而且我发现它旁边的泡泡变大了。锁定。
I just got divorced and really wanted to go on a golfing holiday, but my best mate Tammy somehow talked me into doing a yoga retreat instead.
Oh. 可是很显然，这应该不是我们要找的。
I just got divorced and really wanted to go on a golfing holiday. Yoga made me feel weird and uncomfortable. After the first day, I'd basically given up. I thought Pete was a bit angry with me. It was hard to tell.
Oh.
Exploring the lighthouse, I came across Pete's set of clubs. Bingo, I thought. I wondered where I could practice my drive.
然后他就拿着皮特的东西去，
I took the clubs up to the observation deck and spent all afternoon perfecting my stroke. The sun was shining. It was the best time I'd had all week. Suddenly, I was aware of Pete watching me. My heart sank and I braced myself for a telling off. How wrong I was. Pete cracked a smile and joined in. Every evening for the rest of that week, we were up on that observation deck, driving balls into the sea. Best best holiday in years. I even got into yoga by the end.
这样。
I guess old Pete had a light side after all.
那这样我要去找他的球袋，应该是这个吧？这个哦。求助。来，午
I
安。
wonder how many golf balls are in the sea around this lighthouse.
因为他们都直接把高尔夫球直接挥出去。找到了一个碎片了。但是这还不足以让我们去找到皮特，所以还要去寻找看有没有其他的线索。哎，那是啥？等一下，那是什么啊？哦，牙刷。工商业绩，哎，这个我不知道哎，这个我不知道。哎，我上次我有在群组上面讲那个。他那个折扣活动到9月8号，不知道你有没有看到？通常我，因为那个不算是我自己自主，那是铁人3项活动，刚好有有个机会可以让我们去工商，对，应该算是评断吧，评断说我日后适不适合跟他们合作。嘿嘿，这我不知道。摇晃的椅子，
Okay, let's find some more memories.
这些行李应该跟皮特没有关系吧？感觉应该还是要先从人开始找起。例如说，这个在睡觉的。可是我没有办法锁定它是什么？暴风雨哦，他们把灯塔改成瑜伽中心，真的蛮有趣的。萨菲尔的行李。就偷看人家行李，好像不是一件好事情。那我来看衣柜好了。休闲短裤没有东西。其实这么说好了，因为其实他的那个工商，他那个工商比较像是在判断，就是依照每一个台的观众受众来去看这个台到底适不适合投放这样的工商。对，当然如果我的台需求人数比较多，那当然厂商他们就会比较倾力会把他们工商给我啊，对吧？这也算是一个好事啊。工商就是要先有啊，先有再求好，对吧？谢谢 North Cat 的订阅，谢谢。我们去别的楼层看一下好了。这边有泡泡。 是那个吧，伊燕。你说妮娜吗？妮娜应该很容易就被认出来了吧？就是近期，近期
When Pete
有
arrived at the lighthouse, he needed help
V2
running
出道，应该
it,
听那个声音就听
but
出
refused
来
all
了，毕竟他
offers.
声音很有辨识性。
Eventually, fearing the possibility of a shipwreck, Trinity House sent me to Shelmerston to help keep things running smoothly.
哦，还没出来就被猜出来了，这么快？这样。
I bought Pete a plant as a welcome present. He introduced himself very quietly, but didn't seem to want to say anything else. He seemed distracted, like gravity was pressing down on him harder than other people. Whenever I would enter a room, Pete would mutter some excuse to leave. I didn't have a single conversation with anyone in months. Eventually,
伊燕好可怜。
Pete noticed the plant. Then, Pete noticed me. That was the start of what became this plant room. We spent hours in here over the years, sowing seeds and tending our plants together.
哦，继续。
Wow. Robots got complicated, didn't they? Yeah, I didn't realize how important M was to Pete. I suppose everyone needs a friend. Huh, Sparky?
他最喜欢的植物。哦，那这个转起来的感觉太棒了吧！这个是什么？玻利维亚火把玫瑰。它这是应该算一种多肉吧？多肉植物。我们这边没有啊，没风雨啊。 天气很好，黄色盆栽啊，真的嘞，它已经结果了。葡萄柚树，感觉 V 秀九好像很喜欢签 Holo 退役加米基3级退役的人。 葡萄柚树，我觉得更像是安养中心吧，在 Holo 被不当对待，跟在米基3级被不当对待，对不对？但是这些人都还是对 V 圈还是有很多的热情，还想要再继续做下去。 这是什么？风信子吗？千岁吗？我也好想要有一间这样的植物房。绿温室，哎，这人是谁？米酱。哦，米酱只是自己出包吧。 米 K 内扣现在不是也过得很好吗？
I met Pete for the first time on a yoga retreat in Goa. He was the best yoga teacher, but very reserved. I noticed he had some army tattoos. I wanted to ask about them, but he would never talk about himself.
Oh.
When I got home, I looked him up. I couldn't believe it. He'd been with Special Forces in Helmand and was awarded a medal for bravery. Pete's unit had been in an ambush. He'd tried to save a colleague whose leg had been blown off, but by the time they'd reached base, it was too late. Pete was the only survivor. I booked the retreat again the next year. I thought he was such an interesting bloke. Still waters, you know. And one evening, after class, I followed him down to the beach. I saw him throw something into the water and went to have a look. Picked it out of the shallows before it was washed away. It was his medal.
所以皮特有一点那种战争创伤。
I went back to go the following year, but Pete wasn't teaching and it just wasn't the same. Not as good. Then, a couple of years later, I saw an online ad for his new retreat in a lighthouse. I booked immediately. I took the medal with me. Perhaps he would want it back. It was the same Pete Noach, and if anything, he was an even better teacher. One coffee break, when I got him on his own, I brought up Helmand in conversation. I wish I hadn't. It was like a shutter coming down. I didn't mention the medal. I kept coming back for the yoga, and you know, over the years I saw Pete mellow. I think the lighthouse was doing him good. He even cracked a joke with the group once in a while. So, that summer, the one before he died, I decided to act. It was the day I was leaving and I showed him his medal. There was a moment of total surprise. I was worried then, but he took it. He turned it over in his hand.
Oh.
The poor guy was lost for words. He gave me a nod of thanks and slipped it into his pocket. I'm glad he got it back.
Oh, Pete. I had no idea.
灯泡是，哎呦，灯泡台，我还在习惯它的操作。这里面有没有什么东西可以火柴？里面只剩下一根，而且是烧过的。哦，这边应该算是它的遗物吧，我们都把遗物放在这边。总之，我们要先来去找到他的奖，他的勋章。他的勋章会在哪？可是这种个人纪念物应该不太会放在这种楼层吧？跳出去。哦，坎达哈高尔夫俱乐部哦。去楼上看一下好了。楼上呢？哎，有一只鸟。
I was getting ready to lay my egg. But my nest needed that little something extra. I found the perfect thing.
为什么？为什么是魔术方块啊？
The human and that metal beast seemed quite agitated at their loss.
斯黛拉这边偷拿人家的东西。
I always hated those blooming things.
灯饰，噔噔噔噔。哦哟， 果酱三明治，还有什么？皮特的工具箱，为什么上面那么多羽毛？哎、哦，拼图块，这应该叫魔术方块吧？
Dogs are actually very good at solving these. They're just hard for us to turn.
Oh, OK 这里面又是什么？菲涅尔透镜。哎。
Hey, I'm starting to pick up the scent of something else here. I think it's Grenkins.
哪有
Grenkins?
Yeah, they're tiny spirits, distant relations of the island spirit. Apparently, they bring good luck. When we get close to one, I'll pop up and let you know.
Okay, Sparky.
去楼下找一下，这是什么？旧的煤气灯，这是什么？旁边这是啥？哦，哦，哦，这干嘛？哦。 为什么旁边多了一个大按钮？可是我不知道那要干嘛。且下面还有一本书啊，这是什么？
Okay, we're in the right place. But now we need to slice and rotate this object to just the right spot to get the Grenkin out.
旋转到正确的位置。啊？他是要我这样吗？哦。 哇，中指小精灵
Hello, Grenkin. Good to see you. Morris, these spirits have been on Shelmerston for thousands of years, and they bring good luck. We should definitely keep finding them.
哇呀，好多，好多哎，真的，好多哎。国际通用小精灵种子，真的。哎呦，找到了，原来它放在这了。
This is a conspicuous gallantry cross. They don't give those to just anybody.
我们找到了4个碎片了，看还有1个，就在哪？可能要找一下。再去楼下，在，哦，这椅子好好看哦，仙人掌。书柜，这里面有什么东西吗？这啥？有洞的石头。好，知道了。 这边看起来好像是不是又有小精灵的提示啊？6分仪是不是这个啊？应该不是，还是你？应该说他是提示说这个房间里面有。哦。OK。这是什么？栗子。黄铜抛光剂，这下面呢？粉红塑胶木屐。啊，怎么另外一只在这里？释迦牟尼佛，旁边的应该是财神爷啊，是吗？布袋，哎，哦，哦，为什么他头里面有东西？不知道哎，没办法看到完整的样子。不会又是魔术方块？为什么魔术方块到处都是？咖啡桌。哎呦，这里又有。这边有什么东西可以锁定的吗？Hello， 噔噔噔，在这附近。烤箱，它在煮什么啊？马铃薯吗？厨房柜台。好，我有空的时候。这个形状会是什么啊？牛奶哦，真的。哎，这里
Pete was hard to read, you know? Strong, silent type. But you could tell he loved his collection of Buddhas. He said they were like fat little soldiers that kept him safe. To be honest, I thought that was a bit odd. But he was a great teacher. Pete was very protective about his collection. Hated people messing with them, even telling off Em when she was dusting them. One day, one of the Buddhas went missing. Pete was distraught. Not much affected him, so it was a shock for everyone to see how upset he was. All of us at the retreat spent the whole afternoon searching, but we never found it. To cheer him up, Em bought Pete a little toy robot. You could tell Pete was delighted.
啊，这个东西我刚刚好像有在一个地方看过。
Ah, what a lovely gesture. She was a good friend, that Em.
可是到底在哪里呢？拖鞋为什么到处东一只西一只的啊？救命哦！那拖鞋都没有办法成双成对，我的天哪！这边也有小精灵。啊，地图跟指南针。那去找一下那个佛像是在佛像。机器人我知道是在哪了，可是佛像。没什么印象。没有，那个是那一尊是没有的，那尊好像是弄丢的。找一下咯。说他们当时候出动了一大堆人在找那尊佛像，都没找到。为什么里面有拖鞋？到底有什么毛病？这是 CD， 应该说黑胶唱片，唱片柜。机器人就在这里啊。这是EM买给皮特的。好像OK， 电视遥控器，遗失的遥控器。沙发会吃遥控器是真的，那他的佛像会不会是？没可能。他就是有一尊不见了。什么东西？动图贴纸通常要几层几？你是说？你是说图奇的？图奇动图贴纸应该跟一般贴图是一样的吧？没特别注意。DC， 没注意，这个我不知道，你可能要自己看一下。但是一个判断点，我 DC 的动图是直接上传图奇规格的。这又是什么？中央沙发。这样，谢谢解答。大便岛精灵，把它长得真的很像大便。托比没东西，奇怪，那个佛像在哪？他们当时这里把佛像丢到哪里去了？他们找了一辈子，甚至皮特都已经过世了，他们还是没找到那个佛像。佛像到底会藏在哪？那个是他很重要的东西。应该不会是在衣柜里。往楼上走。他们这几个人就住在这欸，应该不会是。哦，那个龙虾跟海星是在这里的。但是我还是没找到佛像。嗯，这个是什么角度啊？这样吗？不是。咦？这样完全不懂，完全不懂。What？ 哪里？这些岛精灵最好不要给我搞事哦。看一下这边抽屉里面有没有？啊，这边还有一只。 啊，这是那个吧，胶水壶吧。嗯，是这样。OK， 好难哎，这个我觉得找岛精灵比找主线的还要难。在想佛像最容易被藏到的地方会在哪？被藏起来的地方。不是这里，这个我刚刚我看过。这是必须的。当你找不到一个东西的时候，就要这样找。穿山甲之纹，真的有这样的植物哦。植栽室。我们再去楼上维修区。我在想，它这个东西，它藏东西应该是属于有逻辑性的，应该不太可能会藏那些奇奇怪怪的地方。边桌怎么又是拖鞋呀？我的妈啊！他们拖鞋也太多了吧？太多拖鞋了。我们只能再往楼上。我走到这一层就已经很绝望了。我印象中这一层好像可以搜索的地方蛮少。我们现在是啊，我们现在在的地方是有点像哦。没有，真的假的？没有，那所以是在别层。鸟，他在灯塔上面筑巢，他的巢筑在哪？我要去拆了他家。灯泡台该没可能啊。 在哪呢 ？No， 喇叭？不可能啊！不可能藏在那里啊！藏在那边就太奇怪了吧？早饭去。算，我觉得最有嫌疑的大概还是在这一区吧。可是看不出来哪边可以，哪边适合藏佛像。柜台、边桌，没道理。Hello， 午安，午安，午安，欢迎，欢迎。对嘛？怎么可能？怎么可能藏在这种？怎么可能藏在这种盆栽里啊？不可能，绝对不可能。天睡麻。为什么这两个盆栽不能收啊？好奇怪哦，好在意哦。花盆。这边也没有哦。还是说我太执着于在植栽室了？我应该去别的地方看看。这里也没有。这边我是找过了啦。没有在马桶里，也没在这。那，为什么这垃圾桶不能收啊？再往下。高尔夫球杆，盥洗袋没有，没东西，里面就牙刷跟牙膏而已。奇怪啊，那尊佛像到底藏到哪里去了？怎么可能会把东西藏在人体内吗？我们要先确定，我们应该玩的不是弃毒，对吧？我们玩的应该不是弃毒主题的游戏，所以我们应该不需要看到人家的体内。我们是可以看活体，是可以看人家的想法，但是人家身体里有什么是应该是看不到的吧？休闲短裤。佛像在哪呢？怎么都没看到佛像呢？ 也许是我这边找的可能也不够干净吧。找的全部精灵他会给提示吗？应该会吗？哎，哦，没事，看错了。这边能找的我找了啊。那这边佛像就少一尊，说不知道那一尊跑到哪里去了。逃跑的章鱼。他这张手扶椅可以看，但这张不行。有什么东西是在我的视野范围外的吗？我找不到的，没有找过的，这边的应该全都找了。食品柜，对啊，这边没有啊，而且里面还有拖鞋，到底为什么？拖鞋超级多，大茶壶，这个是什么？香肠罐头，综合蔬菜馅饼，马铃薯。不可能嘛！会是藏在冰箱里吗？西瓜、轮状起司、小黄瓜，小黄瓜好吃。虫虫是菜虫哎，哪里？精灵图鉴。平底锅、餐具。 这个桌子呢？橱柜，牛奶。这是什么？草莓果酱。它的梅是用那个梅耶，杨梅的梅。橱柜里也没有，是能藏到哪里去？货架。蜡烛，厨师的裤子里，有可能吗？吸尘器，哎、找到，怎么会被吸进去啦？怎么可能？啊，怎么被吸进去？那吸尘器的管子是多大啊？
Oh, what a nice little fella. I'm glad we found him.
我真的是一层一层找哎。戴森的。那你去看一下旁边的东西好了。这样我们是不是就可以召唤皮特出来啊？
Okay, that's all of the mementos. Now what do we have to do?
Wow, I'm getting a really strong scent. Well done. I should easily be able to sniff out Peter's spirit now.
All right then. What do you need me to do?
Absolutely nothing. Just let me do my thing.
哦，交给闪亮。长按。
What in the world?
There's many things in the world you haven't seen, Morris.
Those things,
Yep. I mean, yep. Those are all of Pete's fragments. I just need to round them up.
Go get them, girl.
Oh, 哦，那是皮特的灵魂吗？附近还有，给我回去！给我回去！应该可以了，皮特。他是快乐的瑜伽man。
Pete? Oh, wow. It's really you.
不能。
It's me, Morris. Morris Lupton.
Of course I remember you, Morris. It's lovely to see you. How's death treating you?
Oh, well, you know, it's a bit jarring, but, well, I'm having a nice enough time. But listen, Pete, we've come to ask you something. Do you know about the custodian?
The custodian? The person who communes with the island, yes? I've noticed the volcano looks like it's waking up.
Yes, well, that's the thing.
喝个水。
We need a new one.
Oh, me? To be the custodian? Oh, Morris, I'm flattered, but I don't think I'm the one for this job. I spent my whole life and my whole afterlife trying to find peace. And lately, I think I've found it. I'm satisfied with how things turned out. I'm finally ready to go into the West. I don't know.
Well, fair enough.
Would you want to come with me? I would be grateful for the company.
Well, that's kind of you, but I do really need to help find a new custodian. Maybe afterwards.
I understand. Well,
如果他现在跟皮特一起前往西方极乐的话，这游戏就结束了。
Well, that didn't go well.
Oh, no worries, Morris. Plenty of other prospects. Well, 4.
Hey, Pete mentioned going into the West. What is that?
Oh, well, that's a very complicated question, Morris. Just think of it as leaving all this behind, which is not something we can do now. We need to go find Val. They're opening the sculpture park today.
Oh, is that opening already? Time certainly does move a bit quicker once you're not in the world. Talking to people, it all feels so distant. Though, if I'm being honest, I suppose I was a little buried in the museum those last few years after... well, you know... Ha! You know, you might say I started living like a ghost well before I became one.
Oh, you weren't a ghost, Morris. That museum is full of life, and ghosts can't give belly rubs anywhere near as well as you did, trust me. Now let's get going. We're gonna find Val.
Ah, yes, Val. I do feel a bit sorry for her, having her home invaded by all these silly artists.
Maybe. But at least we have a laird who's interested in doing nice things for Shelmerston.
I suppose so. I was never sure about letting all those artists stay on Shelmerston, but I must admit that his heart's in the right place. Well, let's find Val then. After you, Sparky. How the park has changed. I barely recognize it anymore with all these artists buzzing about.
Oh, they're not so bad. So many different and exciting smells.
Yes, well, you and I have always valued different things in smells.
And now we need to sniff out Val. Just like before, let's find some people with memories of her and track down those mementos.
瓦莱丽，感觉这边小东西好多哦。哎，等一下，有狐狸耶！狐狸演绎，这是啥？引诱。
Gloves! I love them. I can't get enough gloves.
他有喜欢收集手套的嗜好。
I stole farmer's glove. I stole a fisherman's glove.
Hello.
I saw that girl out in my woods, riding that strange bumpy beast around again. She really seemed to love that awful creature. This was an opportunity I wasn't going to miss.
梳毛手套
Lovely gloves.
I always did suspect there might be something in those rumors about camels on the island. All that time, and Val never let on. Bless you, Val.
我把手套藏在哪？哦，还有很多小狐狸，小狐狸，然后跟一大堆的手套。
Hey, Morris. I bet you wish you were alive so you could rub me with this glove.
美容手套，这边好可爱哦。然后中场休息一下，我想去一下洗手间，顺便去倒杯水。 哈哈哈哈哈！这不知道啊，就不知道他到底是要干嘛，对吧？现在明天会不会有风雨还不好说。
I'm getting the scent of Grenkins again, Morris. I'll pop up to let you know when we're close to one.
哦，有吗？有。
Oh no, not this guy.
Hello, ready for some fun?
Oh, hello.
I'm Mr. Whitstable. Welcome to Mr. Whitstable's riddle game.
Morris, we don't have time for this. Let's get back to
安田
work.
现象有啊，我有
Mr.
follow
Whitstable
他。
just wants you to enjoy yourself, solve my riddles, and achieve true happiness.
Well, these do seem kind of fun.
Whatever, Morris.
Oh, Sparky. Okay, Mr. Whitstable, what do I have to do?
Hooray! Just select one of my fiendish riddles, then go off and find the object it's referring to. Easy. Well, actually, they're really hard.
菜每次都会涨啊，就算台风还没来，一有台风的消息的时候就会涨。
Oh, we got this. Come on, Sparky.
他好像很不想鸟他。哎，等一下，哈，真的假的？哎，这是不行吧？吓死我！我以为我可以解剖那个人，吓死了。哎，这里面这是什么？兔子吗？兔子。他们兔子只有一只眼睛哎。哦，没有。有的是一只眼睛，有的是两只，个体不同。这边看不出个所以然呢。 先来去别区看一下好了，看一下有没有回忆碎片的人。哦，这边有一个。我来历的父亲。
After my wife Penny's death, I struggled to find ways to spend time with my daughter. It had hit us both hard, but, you know, stiff upper lip and all that. I always found it best to keep busy. Looking for something we could do together, I bought Valerie a set of paints. But she never even opened them. I was cross at first, but asked myself, what would Penny do? So I decided to let it go. Then one day I managed to talk her into coming into the park with me to paint some of the nature she loves so much. She wasn't very enthusiastic, but agreed to give it a try. It was a disaster. Valerie simply didn't have the temperament for painting. She had a huge, silly tantrum and threw all the paints away. I told her I wasn't having this kind of childish behavior. And I told her to stay in her room until she had calmed down. I wished Penny was still with us. She would have known what to do with the child.
Very hard, that, to lose a parent. It was never going to be easy after her mum died, but he always did seem distracted with his fancy art projects.
Oh. (里面有一颗大凤梨。哦，他在画图哎。小朋友待在树屋上面画图。哦，是这个吗？哦，是哎。
Yeah, painting really wasn't for Val, was it?
灌木丛哦，猫咪，狗狗在闻，狗狗在闻猫咪，这个好可爱哦，吸猫。 滚球游戏。好像看过蛮多国外的人在打这种。再去别区看一下。先来去寻找记忆碎片比较重要。这两个是什么？朱利安与乔艾尔。这只也好可爱。哎，等一下，这边有一个。
I spent the summer of '83 with Henry Outram, Laird of Shelmerston, in his grand hall working on a new piece. It was supposed to be about the volcano, but once I arrived, I found myself particularly taken by all the vales around the island. Henry was a delightful host, always excited to have us bright young artists around, and always ready with a charming question or a fortifying glass of something. His daughter, I think her name was Mallory or Valerie or something, was usually outside roaming the grounds. Henry said she was discovering herself and learning self-reliance through independent play. She seemed feral to me. One day, I came across the perfect finishing touch to my sculptural masterpiece, but it turned out to belong to the wretched child. I tried to explain to her why I needed it, but she snatched it away and walked off. I went to Henry, thinking he could make her give me the boat, but to my astonishment, Henry told me it was up to her if she wanted to give it to me. Henry called his daughter and we all talked about it. When Henry suggested that maybe I could buy the boat, her little eyes lit up. It cost me £200 for that little wooden boat, but it was worth it.
他爸爸蛮明事理的啊。那艘小船。
Henry was a good dad at heart, caring about Val's feelings and treating her like a grown-up even when she was little. Partly how she became so independent, I reckon. I know it was tough on him, but they both turned out pretty well.
他说的画龙点睛之笔是在是这个吧？哪里 HCH 你也办账号了哇
I wonder how many people even saw this.
这是一个重大里程哎。这是鸟吗？为什么这鸟的脸长得好呛哦？它的脸，它的脸跟萨卡班甲鱼有异曲同工之妙。 对，这是鸟。我觉得比起说是鸟，我觉得更像是青蛙。啊，我知道了，会飞的青蛙。兔眼睛鱼。哦，我发现我会挡到狗狗，要不然我去旁边好了。我发现我会挡到狗狗的位置，抱歉，没注意到，我自己闪过来这边。哎，这上面还有鸟哎！这游戏的鸟真的是不知道，不知道该怎么说。我之前有说啊，我 YT 会开着啊，我 YT 开着是为了要留档而已，因为我懒得再把实况上传过去。啊，这一区应该没有了，我们去别区看一下。这里啊，那边有一个骆驼地主。他怎么把瓦利莱怎么把他爸跟骆驼结合在一起 ？Oh my god！ 哎，我点不到他爸，等一下救命！在这里。
The famous sculptor Vernon Russet was working on a huge statement piece in my honor, a statue of a camel with my head. When I saw it, I felt quite uncomfortable, but I didn't want to upset him. Poor Vernon could be awfully temperamental, sinking into dark moods for days. The week before the public unveiling, Vernon had me visit the statue. He needed to make some final adjustments to the face. Valerie came along too. She looked like thunder. She hated that statue and wasn't afraid to show it.
哦，所以不是他女儿做的，是他朋友。不是啊，他爸就在骆驼旁边啊。啊，谢谢永夜的续订。
When the statue was revealed, the nose was missing. Fortunately, we all managed to cover our surprise and act like nothing was wrong, so no one was any the wiser. Some fellow from the Times wrote a glowing review, so Vernon wasn't too glum about it. I'm pretty sure I know what happened to that nose. Aha, the old Outram spirit. Good for you, Valerie. Your mother would have been proud of you.
他们的互动好可爱哦。
Yeah, Val told me about this. She had a whole speech prepared in case they figured out it was her who cut that nose off.
我会挡到
But she
Morris。
never even needed it.
这我要待哪里呀？骆驼地主掉东西的好地方。他的鼻子，他会把那鼻子藏在哪？ 这下面又是啥？地主的棺材。他已经帮他爸，他那个雕像是已经帮地主想好了，是不是？哎，等一下，为什么可以穿透人呢？为什么这一关可以穿透人？等一下，好猎奇哦。这个东西的好地方。亚当贝克。对啊，棺材有人脸，那就是地主的脸。骆驼的鼻子不见了。他们这世界的种族真的是很丰富哎。这个人种就长得很像鸟啊，可是刚刚我们看到的鸟完全不像鸟，像青蛙。哦，哦，一层又一层，怎么回事？哦，它把它藏在这个灌木丛里面。
This thing looks heavy. I'm surprised Val was able to even lift it.
藏超深的啦。应该还有一个，去看看。谁还有回忆碎片在这里？瓦利莱的童年好友米米。
In the last summer, before our GCSEs, Val and me spent a lot of time together, usually wondering how we could get our hands on something to drink. No one on this stupid little island would serve us, though. One day, we were hanging around on the allotments near the quay when we spotted something. And so, later that night,
他们该不会去偷酒吧？
we went into the woods behind Val's house to drink it, sitting on top of that ancient stone that they say protects the island. But there was no way we were going to get through it all, so we decided to bury the rest. A few weeks later, we went to dig it up again, but couldn't remember where we dug the hole.
There is so much of our history buried on this island. Stories everywhere, right under your feet.
哦，就说把饮料埋起来，但是不知道埋在哪。真的耶，名副其实的时空胶囊。饮料还能埋在哪？这是什么？哦，在这。为什么我一下就找到了？我好像意外的很会找东西哦。
This smells incredible. I'm getting scallops, I'm getting peaty bogs, I'm getting roast lamb. Woof! We did it! Oh, yes! I know what Val smells like now.
怎么一直在挡？我要待哪里？好。
Her signal is wafting through to me very clearly. Time to fly.
他的灵魂。好像还有一些在哪？在那。他又活了。
Morris? Morris Lopton? Is that really you? And Sparky?
Val! Oh, it's so good to see you again.
You too. You're looking very,
Yeah, dead?
yeah. But quite good, considering.
Hello, Val.
And Sparky talks now. Death certainly has been strange. What brings you by?
Well, we're trying to find a replacement custodian. You've surely seen the volcano.
Oh, yes. Poor Aggie. Must be very tired.
Aggie?
Aggie is the current custodian.
Oh, well then, yes. We were hoping you might replace Aggie.
Oh, Morris. That's some ask.
Oh, you can do it, Val.
I'm flattered. But those are enormous shoes to fill. And I'm not like you, Morris. I don't love this town like you do. And if I'm being honest, I can't abide all those arty types and mainlanders tromping around. I can't speak for them. This job isn't for me.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, Val. But, well, I understand.
Thank you. It's been so nice to see you again.
You too, Val. Sparky, I'd love to spend some more time chatting with Val.
Oh, I'm sorry, Morris. We really need to keep this search up. That volcano is looking dire.
Come back later, Morris. I'll be here.
Oh, well, all right, Val. I'll find you later.
Goodbye.
Slow down, Sparky.
那个火山的烟越来越大了。
No time, Morris. We need to find the next prospect.
Well, it's just that I don't quite understand what we're doing.
We're looking for the custodian.
Well, I get that bit, Sparky, but what does the custodian have to do exactly?
Oh, well, it's hard to explain with your human words, but, the custodian kind of mingles with the island, becomes a part of it.
A part of the rock, the volcano?
Yes, the rock, and the sea, and the animals, and plants. The custodian becomes a part of all of these things. It becomes part of the island spirit.
And you give up being a ghost?
Yeah, well, a walking around talking kind of ghost. Stop being someone who can go into the West. It's quite a sacrifice.
Oh, wow. Well, no wonder
难怪
Val
难怪
doesn't
皮
want to
特要
fill
那么
those
急着
shoes.
去西方极乐。
Aggie must be a legend.
Wow, she really is.
I always thought there were those folks destined to be mayors and, I suppose, custodians. And then there are people like me and Val, destined for smaller lives.
What? Small? Morris, your heart is as big as the island. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, I suppose I'm more like one of those island oddities in the museum.
Yeah, and they were always the visitors' favourites. Now, we need to move on. Next up is Ogden Beckett, in the Old Town.
Ogden it is. I'm right behind you, Sparky.
哦，可以中场休息一下，你去倒个水。难怪能够胜任这样的职务的人那么少。他们要拥有一个一心只为这个小岛奉献的这样的人选，然后除此之外，还要是适合这个小岛的人。就成。
So, Ogden next, eh? I'll be glad to see him again.
His music always hurt my ears, but he was good at chin scratchers. Oh, lovely guy. Oh, look, the ferry's coming in. There'll be loads of tourists all over this quayside soon.
Well, I suppose they won't get in our way much anymore, eh, girl?
胁双耳的续订，奥格登、贝克特。哦，但怎么是这种视角？我不习惯。而且东西好多哦。先去找一下线索，找找看有没有认识奥格登的人。那是什么？鱼人吗？看起来是，他的脸好可爱哦，还是那其实是蜥蜴人？Time for toast。吐司。这是梨子。哎，有猫哎。猫咪。奥格登的寡妇。哦，所以这是他的。
We were 14 when we started going out. Me and my friend Cassia had started a beach clean at the weekend, and Ogden turned up with his mate Godfrey. I had no idea Ogden liked me. He was the tallest in our year, and we all fancied him. By the time we reached the little cove at the north end of the beach, he'd asked me to come to a concert he was playing in. I said yes. We'd been going out for a few years when I applied to Floristry College on the mainland. I didn't tell Ogden. I didn't believe I'd get in, and didn't want him to think I was trying to get away from him. Ogden might have looked mature and confident, but he was a gentle soul, not nearly as sure of himself as he looked. But I did get in, and he was gutted. I felt terrible. I didn't want to hurt Ogden. He said he didn't mind, but I could see he was covering. My last week on Shelmerston was really hard. Every time I saw him, it felt so strained, and I couldn't sleep. Finally, on my last night, I made a decision. I would take an apprenticeship at the garden centre on the island instead, so we could stay together. It felt like the right thing to do. I would tell Ogden in the morning.
他为了不让自己的爱人伤心，所以他选择放弃自己的梦想。
sousaphone left on the doorstep. I was terrified. What did it mean? What had he done? I ran down to his house, my heart in my mouth. His mum, she never did like me, was a little bit smug. She told me Ogden had sailed off to New Zealand. He was headed to Christchurch, she said, and didn't know when he was coming back. Then she shut the door. I was more than a bit tearful, but, you know, looking back, I think we both needed to have a bit of an adventure.
We spent a lot of time with Sally during this period. We used to meet up quite often when she returned from Floristry College, and I was working at the museum.
对，他为了不让莎莉太顾忌这件事情，所以他选择自己先离开。
Sort of distracted.
1号桌，他点什么？哦，他已经吃完了。是0。他就笑笑的看着你，笑笑的看着我们。 哦，这个好可爱哦，这个好 Q 哦，陶瓷岛精灵。没有，我们刚在公园里面看到那几只比较像。糖果店。啊，是不是在这边跑团啊？哦，他们的合照，20周年。他们年轻的时候的样子。这边还有一个。奥格登的童年好友葛弗雷。
I remember we was walking home from school, a bunch of us, and I told him my granddad said the lad had a live Bactrian camel living somewhere in the woods. Everyone laughed, but I told them it was true. Ogden didn't believe me. Someone would have seen it. He dared me to climb in and prove it. I told him he'd have to come with me. Sneaking past the big house, we were almost caught by the gamekeeper and had to run. Hell for leather for the woods. We reached the trees out of breath. I was bent double and leant against a tree. Ogden had better breath control and he recovered quickly. He saw it first. The clouds parted, the moon shone down, and Ogden gasped. And then I did too.
地主真的有养骆驼。
It was. The next day, we were kicking ourselves. We had no proof. No one was going to believe us. But we knew what we saw.
Oh, yeah, he was a couple of years above these chaps at school. Oh, and he's right. No one believed them. We gave them so much stick.
骆驼雕像。海滨商店。大铲子，哦，卖冰淇淋的地方。这边就是港口。啊，谢尔莫斯顿债务人监狱，哎，那是被关在里面吗？阿兵哥与饮料馆。可能是吧。 还没蒸熟的中部粽。相关人士有这么少吗？骆驼酒馆。咸蛋。啊，他跟皮特哎、留了好多回忆哦。货店，来看一下杂货店。但讲真的，中部都吃什么样的粽子啊？中部人吃粽子的口味是比较偏北部还是偏南部啊？龙虾浮标哦。哎，等一下，这边上面有个人。
I remember when a young Ogden asked to join the Shelmerston Silver Band. I recognised his talent immediately. He could play anything, that lad. Literally anything. Eventually he settled on the sousaphone, which he always insisted on playing with his lucky bronze mouthpiece. One evening after the Silver Band played a storming concert in the Camel, Ogden and Sally got it into their heads to go for a night swim in the harbour, young love and all that. Ogden left his mouthpiece behind, and when we came back the next morning to pack up, it had disappeared.
Oh no.
It really rattled him. Ogden was worried he wouldn't be able to perform without it, but of course next time we played, he was just as good as ever. Didn't need any lucky mouthpiece, Sir Ogden. He could play anything, that lad.
Ogden was so talented. A real virtuoso.
Ugh, speak for yourself, Morris. It was a terrible racket.
吵死狗啊！哇，他自己私酿酒哎。 威士忌漏斗。鱼市场。蛋菜、螃蟹，什么一盘鱼？我在想，他说的那个青铜吹嘴，应该不会在鱼的身体里吧？里面怎么还有一只小鱼？对啊。还没消化完全啊！这边还有一个。
It was the day of the island cricket match out on the volcanic Stanspit. We had lost to Appledore for the past 3 years, and it was my first year as captain. I didn't want another loss on my watch. Ogden had just come back from New Zealand and told me he'd be up for it. I wasn't sure. I remembered Ogden from school. He was lanky and good in the field, but batting? Not sure. Ogden showed up with his own bat. He told me he'd won it in a pub in Dunedin and that it had belonged to a famous New Zealand player. I wondered whether I should put him into bat at all, but Ogden whispered to me that he'd been playing on deck all the way home. I knew Ogden wasn't a bluffer, but he was never the guy who got picked for the first team at school. Still, I had nothing to lose. Ogden hit a 6 with his first stroke. We went wild! And just when I thought it must be a fluke, he hit another and another. He was a machine! Ogden hit so many cricket balls out into the sea that we had to stop play. We'd run out. It was a stunning win, and we carried Ogden back across the sand and into the Camel. Even though he'd won the match pretty much single-handedly, he insisted it was all down to the bat and plenty of practice. Ogden was solid gold.
How's that? What a great day that was. And we've beaten Appledore every year since. Those poor chaps never did recover from Ogden's incredible batting.
感觉要找的东西都是偏小的，偏小且不好找的东西。好吧，我想我只是运气好。
Hey Morris, remember when we found one of these heavy balls on the beach and I dropped it on your toe?
我只是运气好而已啦。章鱼。狡猾德瑞克，他怎么会把自己藏在水塔里啊？这也是一种自杀行为吧？ 他的吹嘴真的不知道要从哪边找哎，不在淡菜栏里，刚刚看过了。
I'm getting the scent of Grenkins again, Morris.
OK。哎，青蛙。这只岛精灵好可爱。豆架，这个呢？花盆堆。大洋葱。这边应该没有，去下个地方找。堆肥。我们要找的东西应该跟田地没什么关系，可是唯独那个弄丢的东西让我有点在意。弄丢的那个青铜吹嘴，可不会就真的这么刚好被这边的人捡到，然后被这边的人拿去再利用？是猫咪吗？啊，是哎，猫咪。我以为是锤子蛇。胡子先生，你怎么睡在这里？猫真的是超怪的，猫只喜欢睡一些奇奇怪怪的地方。它看起来很像，看起来超像的。蜂箱，没有。噔噔，去另外一边看好了。 地震学家。对啊，这边应该是没有了。鱼市场这边应该可以不用看。我们要找他的青铜吹嘴。城镇有点太大，感觉不是很好找。空气喇叭。哇塞，入籍就送房子，真的假的？水平仪，爱登走。App 好用一点点的耶，就一点点。贴图可以正常出来了吗？哎，跟这是有点像，可是不太对。 噔。啊，又是那个。为什么要算人民币啊？为什么是要算人民币？其实老实说，我不知道人民币跟台币的汇兑是多少，因为平常也不会用到人民币啊。这是什么？啊，这个好可爱。吐司店为什么不能查？为什么看不进去？哎，等一下那边有垃圾桶。午餐尖峰时刻。你知道，光是中国的东西我就不敢用，你们敢用吗？嘿，我要找的东西到底在哪里？对呀、玛丽安娜。猫咪， 再看看猫这边有没有东西。胖胖，你叫什么名字？杰克。那只呢？超级喵。波利，你呢？拳击手。哦，找到了，可是不知道哎，他们政府当局政策不是会禁管他们玩一些，会管制他们玩一些有杀戮情节，然后违反他们的中华思想的那种类型的游戏吗？啊，这个好可爱！螃蟹苏珊。嗯哼。想要好好玩个游戏真难。海雷，海鸟这边好像也没有吧？哎，这间店，糖果店。 还哦，该不会是这个吧？不是。啊，猫咪，巴尔吉特。那这边的猫好像有些有脚，有些没脚，有些就跟垂直蛇一样。我觉得他找岛精灵好难。我觉得比起要找那些回忆碎片，我觉得找岛精灵比较难，太困难了。虾子泡泡糖。贝壳巧克力。这说台风要来了，大家的防台准备做得如何啊？有没有多准备一点泡面？不会藏在他们身上吧？对啊，这东西。虽然说闪亮会提醒我们，可是它也就只是提醒我们这边有哦，实际上自己还是要自己去找哦，好难找哦！天哪！那明显应该是马克杯吧？还有4只骗子的骰子。他们家好像能够搜索的地方不多哎，门口呢？我是觉得应该不太可能在盆栽里。哦，这有什么？这又是什么？ 是这样吗？太难了吧！这些岛精灵真的是很变态。充气泳圈。找不到他的青铜吹嘴耶！找不到他的青铜吹嘴在哪啊？往里面看一点好了。这是什么？抽抽乐！哎呦，找到了！陶瓷骆驼。耶！
Camels are so obviously a made-up animal.
但那抽抽乐里面那个到底是水吗？这一柜应该没有。这里呢，通通把它打开来查一遍。那柜子呢？柜子不能查。啊！这要找什么？等一下哦。是这个吗？是。是那冰淇淋应该也没东西吧？石榴。哦，拜拜。糖。 这个是哎呀，好可爱哦！他在干嘛？好笨，好笨，好笨的盖瑞，而且他眼睛长在同一侧。好笨，好笨的盖瑞。女王号，这可不可以？岛屿女王号，女王号好像不能搜索。哎，这边还有个人。他老婆又想起了一些事情啊。
I missed Ogden so much, and for the first month there was no letter at all. I took my place at college on the mainland without knowing how he was feeling. It was a shock how low it made me, even though I was working with flowers, my dream job. I threw myself into making friends and working as hard as I could. I wondered about him travelling the world without me and without his sousaphone, what he was doing, how he was feeling. Then the letters started arriving, and it was amazing. Each one came with a penny from a different country. One from Valparaiso, another from Dakar. I wrote back and told Ogden about my course, trips to Kew Gardens, which were amazing. And Ogden told me about his voyage, watching dolphins and flying fish, crossing the equator. Sometimes we were both lonely. We poured out our hearts to each other. In a funny way, I think the letters made us closer than ever. When he arrived in Christchurch, he'd send me flowers pressed in his letters. I sent him a shell from home, and then he sent me a New Zealand halfpenny. It was my favourite. On one side was the head of a Maori tiki. Ogden told me it was lucky. I came back to the island, and when my father died, I opened up my own florist shop on the quay. I tucked the halfpenny under the front step for luck, polished up Ogden's sousaphone and put it in the window. They both brought me luck, and the shop flourished. One day, Ogden showed up at the shop, completely out of the blue. He told me there was nowhere like Shelmerston, and no one like me. I was so thrilled to see him, I asked him to marry me there and then. He said
哇，原来他们
yes.
两个人是老婆跟老公求婚哎，哇，太浪漫了吧！
The lure of Shelmerston. It always pulls people back when they try to move away. They were a lovely couple, Sally and Ogden.
哎，这边是不是也可以找啊？港口照明。厨艺的水雷，那里面怎么被塞这么多硬币啊？ 确实是，Backroom 是会把人吃掉，没错。这是一种地方性的小型监狱，英国警长会将债务人、异议人士和其他麻烦制造者关进这种监狱。是，这算是一种街头艺术吗？哎呦，等一下，怎么有人把他的硬币丢进去了
？One good thing about being dead.
还差一个，还差一个。他之前弄掉的那个青铜吹嘴，这青铜吹嘴弄掉了，那比较难找。那到底会漂流到哪个地方呢？或者是被谁打捞起来了？现在目前我们走到这边是最底了。那边有一艘船。对啊，农田这边的话，应该是没有吧。他的吹嘴会在哪？而且吹嘴这种东西又很小，又小又难找。我的老天哪！储物间没有。花盆堆没有。我觉得那种遗失物应该比较常会在那种，我感觉海鸥可能把它吃掉了。菜园。这个链子这样。 就差一个吹嘴而已，就差一个吹嘴。就差一个吹嘴在哪？该不会在？该不会？应该不会吧？没有在德瑞克身上。而且德瑞克他是微笑章鱼耶。这边也没有，然后那个藤壶我已经找过了，哎，那就下个地方。这个是什么结构啊？他不会是把吹嘴藏在这里面吧？别闹了，干，真的耶！漏斗？问号？我怎么会？
They seem to have been using it as a
我怎么
funnel.
会没有看到
These
这个？
bootleggers are very resourceful.
哦哟，好，剩下这个结构要怎么找？
Ah, yes. A very distinctive odor indeed. I reckon I can find him from this. Here I come, Ogden. 帮忙招魂。是啊，它是解谜游戏啊，应该算 puzzle game 吧。剧情蛮不错的，拼图解谜。
说闪亮就是讨厌这个声音。
Oh, this feels so good. Terrific to see you, Morris. Oh, it's great to see you too, mate.
Have a stretch, Ogden. We have a question for you.
Sparky! Owner of the very finest singing voice on the island. What can I do for you?
Well, it's about the custodian. We need a replacement.
Ah, yes. I've heard that volcano rumbling. Poor Aggie must be very tired. Yes, she is. We need a replacement. Oh. Oh, you want me to be the custodian? Well, I'm honored, but I can't. Are you sure? The island is in dire need. I know, and I sympathize, but Sally is the other half of me. I need to watch over her. Everything else may be changing, but she's my constant, and I'm hers. I need to go into the West with her when it's her time. Yes, I understand. You two always did have an enviable connection. We were very lucky to find each other. And I'm still lucky just to watch over her. Makes this place still feel a bit like home, even as it changes. So I'm going to stay. But listen, once you've found the custodian, come back and enjoy a sniff of that beer in the Camel with me, eh? Sure, Ogden. Well, see you around.
哇，结果还不是找不到适任者，火山就要爆发了。
Well, after all these years, Ogden still carries that torch for Sally. I wish I'd been so lucky.
You were busy with the museum, Morris. And you did walks, and you did fetch, and belly rubs, and...
Yeah, all right, yes. I was very busy. Thank you for reminding me.
You did plenty. But now you need to find the next custodian.
Hey, how long has Aggie been custodian?
Oh, a little while now. You've met her, actually.
I have?
Well, her body, anyway, in the museum.
Oh?
What? Her body? In the museum? Oh, wait!
That's right, Morris.
The Bog Lady. The Bog Lady of Shelmerston. Well, that's Aggie.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's her body anyway. Her spirit is all around us, of course.
But Aggie is Bronze Age. 3,000 years. She's been custodian all that time?
Yep.
难怪她会那么累。
Wow. No wonder she's tired.
More tired every minute. We need to get to the next prospect. Greg Litherland, at the campsite.
Greg. Okay.
OK， 真的火山要爆发了。
The one part of the island I never spent much time at. I never cared for camping. Although we did find a lot of Bronze Age goods down here. Really fascinating bits and bobs. I reckon this was an important place once. And not just to shellers.
Oh, there's so many great smells here. Oh, and so many rabbits to chase. Stop it, Sparky, you have a job to do.
You know, I suppose I do like it better up here now I don't have to worry about combing all those burrs out of your fur. At least this part of Shelmerston isn't changing too much.
Yes. Now let's sniff out Greg.
Yeah, I always found Greg a bit difficult. That business with the owl of his.
He wasn't a bad guy at heart. Just liked animals a bit more than people, sometimes. Maybe. But who can blame him? Let's find some people who remembered him. Dig a little deeper.
Memories of Greg Litherland. here we come.
哦，可是这边好暗哦。我们要先找到跟他相关的人。哦，好暗哦，这里晚上也没什么人会在露营地了。营地办公室，人呢？哦，有了。有没有人？这是谁？为什么他没有在睡觉？好可怕！哦，有了。鸟类观察员科提斯。
My whole life I've dreamed of seeing a Jemson's sea owl. One day, I read the news that a guy on this little island called Shelmerson had discovered one. I had to see it. The only B&B on the island booked up really fast, so we decided to stay at the temporary campsite set up by the guy who discovered the sea owl, Greg Litherland. The atmosphere was amazing. There were twitchers from all over the world come to see it. Greg had given the owl a name, David Abrahams. A bit weird, but I guess he was the one who found it. And because it had no mate, it was lonely, and he'd made a model female owl out of concrete. That's quite impressive.
他雌性的词打错字
I
了。
got to know Greg a bit during my stay. He really seemed to resent all the noise and fuss on the island. His island, as he thought of it. And the irony was that he was the one who'd got everyone excited about coming to Shelmerston. Greg told us he'd take us up in groups to the owl's nest site, but I snuck up early with my camera. It saw me and it flew off hooting and I didn't get a picture. I was gutted. I had to make do with a picture of the model. It wasn't the same.
I remember that. All those bird watchers suddenly arriving and nowhere for them to stay. I didn't think Greg had it in him to start a campsite, but he somehow pulled it together.
哎，为什么这张是亮着的啊？好亮。
I love camping. We've come to Shelmerston every summer with the kids for years. Okay, our tent is a bit bright, but that means the kids can always see it. Greg seemed angry about everything this year. He told us our tent was outside of the regulation colours, and being around the kids seemed to really upset him. But they were only being kids, just running around playing. Greg was blowing that bloody whistle every 5 minutes. One day, Greg confiscated my little one's kite. He was terrifying. We still sometimes get nightmares about it. I had to do something. When I saw Greg put the whistle down, I pinched it and took out the pea. You know, the thing that makes the noise.
那个要怎么拿出来啊？
I threw that pea somewhere Greg would never find it. You should have seen his face when he blew his whistle and nothing happened.
I always wondered how Greg managed to get so good at hand whistling.
这个也太难找了吧！竹子，真的假的？厄尔夫尼多，你为什么还没睡觉哦？ 好，3点半，中场休息一下，中场休息5分钟，等一下回来。 刚刚去看了一下外面，好像也真的是没什么风雨。但是听说今天最快晚上好像会发路警吧？这几天还有要上班的人可以关注一下啊。为什么他们有一些哦？这是他的那个手电筒。我们再去下一区好了。先把所有的回忆碎片先收集一下，然后再来看一下它的关键物在哪，这样找比较快。
Miles and I came to Shelmerston for the Sheller Cup final. Miles was the world champion for ages. Greg, the campsite manager, was a huge Sheller fan. Always gave us the best pitch on the campsite. Miles was up early every morning, training for the big race. Greg would always be lurking in the background, taking photos. It became rather annoying. How many photos did he need? Oh God, and one time he turned up at our barbecue and wouldn't leave. The man could not take a hint. So, race day arrives and Greg is there with his camera, of course, getting in everyone's way. So Greg leans out into the track as the pack came past, Miles in the lead. And Miles goes crashing right into Greg. Total disaster. Miles goes down and Quasi flies past him to win the race. Miles was absolutely gutted. He definitely would have won it. Later that night, all us Shellers were on our way back from the pub and we heard Greg outside his caravan, just sat by himself, crying. Miles, he was such a good sport, went over and spoke to him, invited him over to our camp for a drink. So then Greg came back and hung out with us, brought his camera and showed us all his Sheller race photos. You know, that guy was actually a pretty great photographer. By the end of the night, Miles had forgiven him. Miles was good like that.
Shellers? I've never understood the appeal of that. Seems bloomin' uncomfortable to me. Poor old Greg. He was always rubbing people up the wrong way, but he meant well. And he really loved this place.
Oh, 等一下，看到了。
Oh, I wish we could use this!
那好久没有去露营了，露营感觉不错。
I'm getting the scent of Grenkins again, Morris.
为什么这个人是怎么一回事啊？杰基克拉克困在贝壳庄里。什么？这是电池吗？擅长被拍。那这边有一些游戏细节做的其实还蛮不错的。 蘑菇大水桶。
They are hard. Maybe unfair too, but hey.
No, I'm sure I can fix.
Okay, Morris, I'll give you another.
Will do. Oh, thank.
Morris!
其实那个谜题大师的问题不一定要解啦，那可能应该就是额外的。为什么要这样？这边是比赛地点。你拿那什么东西？杰莱斯皮，你嘴巴上叼的那是什么？赏鸟日记。格雷格的帽子。是哦，现在露营地都进化成有冷气的帐篷跟露营车。国外露营车比较多吧？台湾目前看到比较少。不会吧？格雷格过世之后就没有人帮他处理这个地方了耶。拯救海豹抗议活动的哦。以前还住在台北的时候，有时候会去大安森林公园那附近野餐，因为那边假日有时候也会有一些活动，去过1-2次。现在还缺一份记忆碎片。哦， 戏区怎么会有摔跤手面具？那被蛇吃掉了欸。看一下。哎，这边有营地办公室。哦，原来那个人在这里面。现在目前的露营地地主。
I only knew Greg briefly, from the summer that I took over the campsite and he retired. He seemed harmless enough, if a bit strange, living in that nasty little caravan.
哦，华中桥。
As part of his official handover process, he gave me a big box of rule books that I was apparently supposed to give every camper when they arrived. I couldn't believe them. The amount of inches apart each tent had to be, the angle of pitch, permitted colours of guy ropes. No skipping ropes, marbles, conkers, or throwing games. No singing with hand drums. I built a huge fire on the beach, invited the whole site for a big party, and burned the lot. But then, awkward, Greg showed up. I guess he'd been collecting some things from his caravan and came to see what the noise was all about. You could tell he wasn't comfortable, but he sat down and tried to make conversation. I told him how beautiful I thought Shelmerston was, and he started telling me all about the wildlife here and the best places to spot birds. He was actually quite a sweet guy. He must have noticed what we were burning,
哦，
but he
当
never
然没有
mentioned it.
那边的
That was the
话，
last time I
真的
saw
要
him.
去的话，就只剩下
I
那
always felt a bit
个
guilty. I mean, I got him
那叫什
wrong.
么啊？
He wasn't that
有一个
bad.
海岸、海边、沙滩，我突然忘记那个地名叫什么了。可是那边其实平日也不允许一般游客进入，因为
That's
那
a good
边
thing she kept one of them.
平常也
It
大概也
must be
只有
around
拍
here
婚纱的
somewhere.
人会进去吧。哦，沙轮呐、突然想起来了。可是沙轮那边真的蛮偏僻的。保冷箱。
this about dogs having to be on leads the whole time?
“还剩下他的猫头鹰雕像跟吹哨子的那个响笛里面的珠子。再往前进吧。等一下，这也太不好找了吧？这里太多珠子了。
The smell of rabbit poo. It doesn't excite me the way it used to when I was alive.
这边是兔子的便便厕所。兔子，这跟我们脑中、跟我们认知的兔子有点不太一样。最近兔兔岛上了，我昨天玩了一整天的兔子岛，发疯。真的是玩了一整天，对啊，他们的世界观里面的兔子跟人种都不太是我们认知中的那样。大家都该上岛，哇，兔兔岛真好玩。
My whole life I've dreamed of seeing a Jempson's sea owl. One day, I read the news that a guy on the only B&B on the island booked up. Greg had given the owl a name. I got to know Greg a bit during my stay. Greg told us he'd had to make do with a picture of the model.
这么骗？玩那种小游戏就会不小心就会想花钱。事实上，这件事情已经发生了。哦，看到在这里。 接下来还有一个，但是我必须先找一下是谁的回忆。像我觉得很有可能是现在的营地管理人，没有在那里看到泡泡了。
My best thing is throwing discs. I am really good. I like playing with Dan and Toddler. It's our favourite thing when we go camping on Shelmerston. One time, Greg Cliffelan came up the beach, all red-faced like an angry tomato. He pointed at a sign. It said, "No throwing games." He was yelling and shouting at us. He told me to give him my disc, but I wouldn't. I threw it high up into the air. And it went bang into a massive bird. Then the bird fell into the sea.
Ah.
I felt so awful. I never meant to hurt the birds. The whole thing was terrible. Mr. Liffelam was screaming.
这就是为什么要禁止大家这边玩投掷游戏。
And carried it back to the beach. He was crying and crying. I'm sorry, Mr. Liffeland.
Oh.
Oh, Greg. Poor guy. Oh, and that poor bird.
鸟表示没有欠你耶。啊，是这个吗？不是。 真的是在这个地方吗？这是水瓶。真的在那一区？为什么什么都没看到？那飞盘应该不至于小到我没看见才对啊。
My best thing is throwing discs. I am really good. I like playing with Dan and Toddler. It's our favourite thing when we go. One time, Greg, he told me to give him and it went bang. I felt so awful. Mr. Lifferland was screaming. 该不会藏在这里吧？没有。苹果酒。哦，藏在哪？哦，在这，原来藏在椅子底下。
I love these things. Reminds me of our walks on the beach. Woof! Okay, I've got his scent. It was quite faint, but I'm a very good dog.
Oh. 哇，他就这样一直停留在他的露营车附近哎。
Greg! Oh, hello.
Morris, what are you doing here? Oh, hello there, pup.
Hi, Greg.
You can talk now. Rather prefer my animals when they don't talk.
Yeah, Greg, we need to ask you, would you be interested in being the next island custodian? It's a very important job.
Oh, no, absolutely not. This is your mess, and you
好意外哦，我以为格雷格会很乐意耶，毕竟他是这么深爱这个岛跟深爱这个岛上的所有动物。
My mess? Well, how do you mean?
You dug her up. I warned you and I warned you when we were still alive that those archaeological digs were a bad idea. And now we know exactly how bad.
Well, now hold on, Greg. That's not how that works.
Oh, isn't it, talking dog? 3,000 years, no eruptions. You dig Aggie up, and then suddenly her grip on the island is weakening? Well, some coincidence that sounds like.
I didn't. I never did.
No. There's no way I'm doing that job. It's too much obligation, it's not my responsibility, and frankly, one lifetime of humans was plenty for me. Now I'm going to stay right here until I can find David Abrams.
Fine. Thanks, Greg. See ya, I suppose.
Thanks, Greg.
哇，那这样他们的试任者已经没有人选了呢。火山要爆发啦！
It's not looking good, is it, old girl?
Don't worry, Morris. I hate it when you worry. It makes me nervous.
He's waiting for David Abrams. I guess I'm like him in that way. The most important person in my life wasn't technically a person, more like an island.
Yes, the island. This island. A whole island's worth of people and stories. Not like Greg at all. Everyone loves you.
Really? Well, loved me, perhaps, past tense.
No, they still do. And there's one more person who loves you we need to talk to. Our last prospect. I just know we're getting close now.
还有最后一个。
Hey, Sparky, how do you know all this stuff? I mean, you're just my dog.
Well, nobody is just anything, Morris. I'm mostly the dog you raised, but I'm also kind of a messenger, a scout, part of something bigger. Aggie sent me to help guide you.
Aggie sent you?
No time to explain, Morris. We have to get to the last prospect.
Well, however it came to be, I'm glad I get to spend more time with you, Oaf.
So am I, Morris. Now, off to see Samphire down at the harbour.
Ah, Sam. Yeah, lead the way, girl.
他们再不找到试任者，真的这座岛就要被岩浆淹没了。
harbour. I always loved watching the boats come in and out. Never did get around to expanding the fishing exhibit, did I? You remember coming down here with me?
大神要出去做的那件事情也是真
I'd
的
have
是等
liked
很
it
久。
better if you'd have let me swim.
I love your confidence, Sparky. Bet you...
Oh. Lots more boats than there used to be, though, aren't there?
Certainly are. Shelmerston got busy. Though this is busier than even I
感觉要
Say,
跟
how long have we been doing this search?
Panty and Stocking 一样。
Oh, I don't know, Morris. Once you're dead, time seems to be a bit less important.
Does it? Oh, I don't know. I suppose it seems a bit galling that time and everything else keeps moving even though I've stopped.
Oh, you're not unimportant, Morris. You're saving the island.
Yes, Sam surely understands the feeling of watching everything change. Fish folk live for what, 200 years? That's no small amount of change.
Not volcano change, though, Morris. And that's what we need to avoid. Off we go!
哦，他是一名渔人，他是他们族人中第一批融入土地的其中一人，在谢尔莫斯顿的港口担任管制员。面临着工业化浪潮与观光发展，萨姆对于保留这座岛屿的自我认同扮演着很重要的角色。他们是拯救海豹运动的一员。这我就要来看看了。
By the time Sam started as the harbour controller in '79, the fishing industry in Shelmerston was on its arse. No way to compete with those factory trawlers from the mainland, was there? Couldn't moor those things anywhere near the island, even if we had them. Of course we were all smuggling, stands to reason, done it? There was no money. All those old fishing sheds on the quay, the ones the tourists like, were falling down. Old place looked, pardon me, like a tip. There was a lot of trouble at first. Sam trying to stick by the rules and catch us out any way they could, and us trying any which way to give her the runabout. Wasn't easy, mind you. She was smart, that Sam. You never knew when they were going to pop her head out of the water beside your tub. And to be fair to Sam, some of them smuggling boys were bad uns. Worse stuff than booze on some of them boats, and that's the truth. Probably no bad thing Sam put a stop to it. But in time, Sam started to see how things were, how we do things. And we came to an understanding of sorts. If Sam turned a blind eye to a bit of the decent stuff, the harmless stuff, then we'd report the worst of it. I mean, we all want to keep the seas safe, stands to reason. Plus, Sam was partial to a bottle or two of the sheep shank on occasion. Oh, yeah.
哦，那不是那个船长的私酿酒吗？
Sam was sharp as a gutting knife. They made us hand over some of the, shall we say, dividends to fix up the quay. All them sheds and that. Make them into something we'd be proud of. Turn things around for Shelmerston, that did. Now we get more of those tourists since the big ferry started. And they love a day out on a boat. Ken takes them all out, he does. At the same time, Sam organised a kind of work-sharing thing with the fish folk. Got some of them to swim along with the fishing boats, help them locate the biggest shoals. Gave those big trawlers with all their fancy radar gear a run for their money. We'll never be big players in the fishing down here. But thanks to Sam, we hold our own. Bless
them. I reckon I still have a bottle or two of sheep shank stashed away at the museum.
Oh, 所以这酒还在他的船上，是这边吗？这个看起来就是像看起来像什么辣酱之类的那个颜色，跟那个拼 跟他的酒标看起来很像。
Ah.
I'm
getting.
Oh, 岛屿女王号。
It was the 6th summer after I spawned that I went to my first Aggie's Day ceremony. You know, Aggie, the dry cider who saved the world from cracking in two. We don't go on land until we're 6 years old. It's all swimming, wafting around. Standing up is hard at first, the weight distribution. Anyway, I went up dry side for the ceremony, and that was where I first met Sam. It was so loud.
我一开始还以为他们是蜥蜴人，结果他们是鱼人。
shell blowing. I was bored, and my body felt dry and heavy. I was too young, really. There were souvenir stores selling bracelets with little stones of polished lava. I wanted one so bad, I would not shut up about it. Sam saw I was fed up. They took me up the beach, away to the dunes, and Sam gave me a little polished stone of my own to play with. Had a heart of gold, they did. It wasn't until years later that I found out it was a tiny replica of the one Aggie died on. We became good friends. Sam helped a lot. They were always on my side. My pod, we were quite traditional, didn't like us working with the dry-siders, but Sam talked me into going for the job as a diver on the new harbour. If it wasn't for them, I don't think I'd have tried. That stone was my lucky charm. I took it with me when I went for the interview, and I took it down with me when I went on my first dive. I had a pocket made specially in my tool belt. Sam took me under their fin, invited me out to the camel, and let me stay with them and Blythe on the ferry if it was a late one. And there were plenty of late ones. Karaoke nights are still my favorites. Every time I feel that lucky stone in my pocket, I think of Sam.
I remember all the fish folk coming up on the beach for Aggie's Day when I was a lad. Seems less of a big deal these days. I guess they still celebrate it, but, well, it's a lot more sedate. Back then, oh, it was a huge event.
Oh, magic stones? I knew humans were superstitious, but I thought the fish folk would be a bit more savvy.
个形状好难猜哦。哦，走私式酿酒。是这个吗？
I swim with a pod south of the Fire Isles. I believe the dry-siders call the larger one Shelmerston. It's where the ceremony happens for the dry-sider who stopped the world from cracking. That's where I first heard talk of toast and where I met the friend called Samfire. I did not believe it at first. A food which snaps so dry. Then one morning at sunup, I followed the ship and caught a blackened slice as it arced into the water. This was the start of my lifelong love of toast. I saw Samfire on the dry side and came up out of the sea to ask them for toast. They asked me to put on some pants, but I refused to denigrate myself with dry-side fabric. No matter, I had brought some shiny coins with me that I found on the seabed and secreted in my swimming folds. Sam took me to their parents' toast shack, but they refused to serve me without clothes. They also told me that my shiny coins were unsuitable, too old. So Sam lent me some trousers, and I swept the toast shack in return for crispy slices. Sam taught me some of the ways of the dry-siders, but to be honest, I'm only interested in the toast. I never wanted to eat anything
为烤吐司而着迷的渔人。
Sam understood this. I spend my nights swimming through the black waters of the deepest ocean trenches. By day, I come up onto quayside and fill up on the finest crusted seedy bloomer, almost black, no butter.
Oh, I could really go for a nice piece of toast right now.
好久没有吃那种奶油烤吐司哦。这个船上会有吗？这艘船真的会有烤吐司吗？ 烤吐司藏在哪？随身行李。来去机长室看一下。为什么？为什么会在这里？为什么客机的？为什么客机的座位底下会有烤面包机？为什么
It's a shame, but it...
对呀、谁呀、这不合理吧？这个已经超乎我的逻辑了。太莫名其妙了。哦 ，SH36。老包伯。
When I was a kid, I hated the annual Morlo Call. I was kept away and found excuses not to be there. Then, aged 10, my dad marched me down to the beach with other men and put a knife in my hand. It was the worst day of my life. I saw Morlos slit from jaw to belly, more blood than you could imagine. I didn't sleep for months after.
.以防万一有客人自备吐司，想在高空上烤吐司吃，这个客户服务也做得太到地了吧
？Grow up, don't you? I never felt it right that we was killing Morlos, but what could I do about it? I was just a fisherman. One day I see Samfire, the new harbour officer, handing out leaflets on the quayside. Stop that, Col. I went along to that first meeting at the campsite. Greg Litherland was one of the other organisers. It was beautiful. So much hope around that campfire. When I spoke about the pain of the Morlo, it really felt like the young uns were listening. Me, Sam and Greg held regular events to raise funds for badges and patches. I was proud to wear mine on my best Gansey. There was quite a rift between us and the old guard. They felt the ban was an attack on our ways. Sam and me took a load of the fishermen out for a beer, and Sam made them listen. They really respected Sam. We got most of them on our side that way. By 87, we finally felt like we had enough support to push for change. So the week before the Morlo showed up, we organised a mass dying on the beach. There were loads of us lying down on that sand. Islanders, fishermen, fish folk all together. And the press showed up, and the mainland TV, and for the first time in 500 years, we stopped that Col.
I'm so glad we don't do that cull anymore. I was proud of Sam and that lot when they finally made the old uns see sense. And, well, I did my part. Held a lot of those early meetings at the museum we did.
应该是要帮他找徽章。应该说要帮我们自己找徽章。不知道徽章会放在哪啊？哦，banana 香蕉晚餐，他们晚餐吃素食薯条。下面还有些什么？啊，有到传说中的吗？有这么传说吗？但是我不觉得他会把勋章摆在这。哦，OK。猪肉馅饼。我点不到它。我觉得食物应该不会放在食物这一区吧？勋章。我们去房间类的地方找找看。洗手间没有。哦，看到了，他别在他的包包上。
Oh, I love Morlos.
应该是还有一点回忆在哪？哦，真的，女王号。
I first met Sam when I sailed the new ferry, the Queen of the Isles, into harbor. Of course, I'd heard of the fish folk, but I'd never met one. Sam was an amazing pilot. Knew the waters better than any boatman. It was strange, steering a course for someone actually in the water, but we never went wrong with Sam to guide us in.
Oh, 原来图长这样。
Next time I was in Chelmerston, we went for a drink at the Camel. I'm more into bats than beer, but Sam was intriguing, and the atmosphere in there was great. Like a warm nest. Great band, too. Awesome sousaphone player. I think we got on because we were both a little bit on the outside of things. Sam invited me over for toast and hot chocolate. Honestly, hot chocolate doesn't do it for me. But the toast, that
他说的是那
moldy
种
seed
杂粮
bread.
面包、杂粮吐司。
Sam made the best toast. I told Sam that next to a good cuttlefish bone, that it was my favorite snack. I stayed over. In the morning, we went for a walk along the beach. And just as the sun was rising, I took them flying on my back. We went up and looked down over the islands. Sam wasn't scared at all. They said it was like swimming through the air. It was on the next trip to Chelmerston. We just sighted land when Sam's head popped out of the water right beside my berth and passed me a fresh cuttlefish bone. Carved especially
他
for
们好
me.
可爱哦。
When we moved in together, it was the best day of my whole life. I put that cuttlefish bone on my bedside table, within beak reach. I still look at it every day, every single day.
I just remembered that time Blythe and I did a duet at the karaoke. I can't believe I agreed to it. Must have had a few too many. I never knew how Sam and Blythe met.
有时候缘分就是这么奇妙啊。放在哪？这边应该不是他的房间对吧？船长的私人客场是吗？他会放在这边吗？哦，他们两个喝酒的时候用的杯杯，哎，该不会是这个吧？是吗？看起来不像，应该不会放在那种地方。而且毕竟那还是人家亲手刻了一点小东西在上面的。哦，他们两个好可爱哦。这边是船舱， 那字怎么念啊？尾库吗？一个舟再个尾。涡轮发电机。饼干经典脆饼，哎，旁边那是啥？罗盘酒吧。他们怎么在玩堆堆乐啊？这边是舵轮石，这边也啊，找到了，在这里。
I used to love finding these on the beach. Oof, Sam, this is an easy scent profile. I'm coming, Sam.
超会乱跑哎！他怎么他还自备自己的小吐司。
Ahoy there, Samfire!
Morris and Sparky! Oh, lovely to see you both. What can I do for you two?
Well, we wanted to ask you something. It's about Aggie.
She doesn't have long left now, does she? Poor thing.
No, not long at all. We were hoping you might replace her as custodian.
Oh, Morris, I spent years of my life as harbour master trying to keep people from meddling with nature. I don't feel any differently now. I'm appreciative of all Aggie has sacrificed for us, but the island spirit isn't evil. It just needs to erupt from time to time. And if it needs to now, let it, I say.
Yeah. Yeah, Sam, I hear that. I really do.
No! No, Morris. We can't just give up.
Now, we'll talk about this in a bit, Sparky. Sam, it's always good to see you. Will you be around later?
I think I will. A volcanic eruption is a rare and beautiful thing. I think I'd like to see it.
他这样说也没错啊，遵从自然的规律。火山要爆发啦！
Okay, we just need to talk to Aggie. She'll know what to do.
No, Sparky. I've been thinking about it, and I think Samfire's right. I think it's maybe time to let the town go.
No, Morris. It's not.
No, it's all right, Sparky girl. It's over. This isn't my town anymore. The only ones around here who remember me are ghosts.
That's not true.
No, it is. But that's all right. Truly it is. Everything for a season and all that. And I miss the people I knew. The people who've moved on. I want to see them again. I think I will take Pete No-Chop on his offer and head into the west with him. Shelmerston doesn't need Morris Lupton any longer.
Morris Lupton, you will not give up. You have been granted a precious responsibility and you will honor it.
Sparky?
I'm sorry about that. Remember when I told you I was mostly Sparky? I am, but mostly.
Then what else are you?
I am the rock that you stand on. The wood you people built this town from. The magma bubbling beneath your feet. I am Shelmerston. And right now, I want to erupt. But I have also made connections to the things that live here. Connections I want to keep alive. I need you, Morris.
Right. Well,
And I'm still your Sparky. And I need you, Morris. We all do.
Oh, Sparky.
I know you feel forgotten. I know you want to move on. I do too, but I can't until I wrap up this last bit of unfinished business. Will you try one last avenue with me? If we still can't find a solution, then I'll be done. It'll all be done, and we can go into the West together. Please.
All right, Sparky. One last try. But who else is there to talk to?
Aggie.
Aggie? But where is she? Oh, she's everywhere, isn't she?
She is, but I can sniff her out. I just need some mementos.
But where would we find mementos from back then? Of course.
Back to your museum, Morris.
可是都要爆发了，这样还来得及吗？啊，这些人还
Well, it's reopened.
这些人
Well,
还
I suppose
还一副
that's
无所
good.
谓的感觉。
You need to keep up the footfall.
Yes, but, you know, it is still your museum, Morris. It wouldn't be here without you.
Ah, it was never my museum, Sparky. It was Shelmerston's. It's changing, but... You know, I think it should.
Ah, come with me, Morris. There's one more thing I ought to show you.
Oh, okay, Sparky.
Wow. 这边的馆藏的东西很多哎。传价单哦，这个就是那个沼泽女士，就是他们从土里面挖到的阿吉。哇！海豹屠杀活动的记录也在。哦，这就是他们之前提到那个大规模死亡示威的活动相片。海豹油，欢乐水手海豹肉。哦，里面还有流哎，里面真的有流。下面这是啥？海豹肉，那我们往里面走吧。潜水洞里面真的有人，观光客在里面。
Well, don't suppose I'll ever look at Aggie's room the same way again, will I?
Morris, take a look at those skulls, please.
The skulls? Well, they have memories inside them? Oh, that's rather morbid, Sparky.
Not quite. Look, I didn't explain this before because I felt things were confusing enough, but that slicing is a bit more powerful than I've led you to believe.
Oh, well, what do you mean?
Well, we aren't limited to memories of people who are alive. People are bounded by time, but memories aren't. Check it out.
Oh, I didn't think dead stomachs could get queasy, but here we are. Where are we, Sparky?
When are we, Morris? This is Shelmerston in Aggie's time. You should be able to find some memories of her here.
You are some dog, Sparky.
It was the worst night in the world when Aggie was born. It began in the old village, the one swept away by the rivers of fire. The ground shook and the earth split open and spat sparks. The sun hid and the huts burst into flame as we fled. I thought we would all die. Everyone washed in the burning orange death. And Aggie's mother howling with the pain of the child coming. We made it as far as the cliff top by the sea. The mountain was still roaring and roaring. The rock ran in rivers toward the sea. The air smelled of death and poison. But Aggie was perfect. Small and angry, her tiny fists pummeling the air. I used my knife to cut the cord. We chose a spot for the new village closer to the beach. The burning rivers cooled to pumice and black glass. I made sure everyone knew that a life that began in this way would be special. Not everyone believed me, but Aggie proved me right.
好像是。
My goodness. Giving birth like that must have been all...
So, where do you think that knife is? Should we look around here, or...?
No, I'm pretty sure I've seen that knife before. Back at the museum, I reckon.
Okay, Morris. Let's go.
这边没有其他回忆了吗？关于阿吉的？没有，看来我们是要回去了。那把刀，那把刀在哪？
When are we, Morris?
You...
应该真的就在博物馆吧，可是我没找到，没看到，等下仔细找一下。前面那箱是什么？ 等一下，蛇信号组里面有真的有蛇哎、哦，在这里啦。
Beautiful.
There is so much history in this knife.
I'm getting the...
哦，
Of course, we watched her. We had heard of her birth and seen her on the shore. Her feet sometimes in the seawater, her body in the sun. We did not show ourselves at first. As a test, we left the mirror on the black shore, born of the volcano on the same day as her, and waited to see what would happen, to see if it called to her. She picked it up, turned it from side to side. She took it home. The next time I saw her, I introduced myself. We sang together, and I showed her how the mirror worked. How if you emptied your mind and thought of air and light and sea, you would see things in its surface. How things would unfurl in the future. Aggie was better at mirror gazing than any of us seafolk. She saw a girl, her own daughter not yet born, as leader of the dry folk. I told Aggie to keep on gazing into that mirror, that one day the island would need something more than a leader.
Oh, I had a box of rocks that looked like that mirror somewhere.
在那个箱子里，先回去。我知道在哪？等一下，往另外一边，在这里。
Whoa. This thing is really powerful, Morris. Can you feel it?
"问号。他们这个地方所有留下来的一切东西都跟阿吉有关系。 哦，怎么飞那么高？哦，在这里。哦，阿吉的女儿已经到了这个世代了吗？
I was always fearless. My mother Aggie told me there was nothing I couldn't do. With Otsul and without, I hunted the deer in the woods and the hares on the mountain, all before I had taken my first lover. And younger still, one time Aggie had me knock her tooth out when she was in terrible pain. I didn't mind even when the blood poured out. It was easy for me. Spears and knives were my nature. Death and courage were my meat and drink. I knew about Aggie's mirror, of course, but did not believe all of it. When Aggie warned us the mauler was sick and there would be fewer calves for the following years, none of us listened. It was to be my first cull. I wanted their blood. It was my nature. We would not take less of the Morlo just because an old woman told us to. She came to the beach after the Morlo slaughter, her hair wild, eyes burning with fury, raged and shouted like a woman out of her mind. We had killed too many, she said. Then she left the village, told us she was done with all of us, forever. As Otsul marked me with oil and blood, I did not mourn my mother leaving. I was young and foolish, and the sight of her ashamed me. But of course, I did not see what was to come.
To think that they were still having the same arguments about the Morlo way back in the Bronze Age.
Aggie must have sensed the trouble ahead. Maybe she was trying to find a way to prevent it.
那个东西，对啊，他们从以前青铜时代就开始在烦恼海豹的事情了，所以他们为了海豹做了一张海报，我们称之为那叫海豹。那个东西在哪？是这个吗？不是。那个东西在哪？超大啊！巨型欧洲萝卜，姐，那边怎么有一只猫哦？哦，游泳之猫，普斯鲁斯，斯普鲁斯。
sing you a song of the Queen of the Sea. Of when I first met her and when she first met me. Of the silver and red and the stars of my life. Of my fathers and brothers, my first precious night. Oh, the Molo is wide and the Molo is tall.
一直以为是海豹油灯，没有，它应该就是海豹油灯。我刚刚一直把它看成一只鱼。
What a beautiful object. Delighted to have it in our museum.
Just a boy and a soft heart who had never left.
应该又有下一个哦。但是在我们过去之前，我想去一下洗手间，很快回来。OK， 回来了，剩最后2个吗？好，真的。羊圈。 哦，是西雅克。
She was alone, and I would bring her food sometimes, samphire and sea urchins. She would make dry food, and we would eat it together. Textures unlike any we knew that broke apart in your hands and in your mouth. We would sing together, make tea together. We became her family. The dry folk left her alone. She had a companion for a few seasons, a hind who came down from the mountain and slept at her fire. And then, for a few more, a golden hair that ate from her hand. One night we all felt it. Those of us in the water and those above. The island waking, rumbling, alive again.
就是火山又要爆发了。那其实这样火山爆发的频率蛮高的耶。
Tending her fire, unsleeping, unresting, staring into her mirror. She told me she'd seen the island sinking into orange fire and boiling sea, lost forever above and below. The village and our town in the sea caves, all gone. Aggie went to the shore and blew the sinistral shell, calling our people up from the water. Aggie sang for them the oldest song, and we spoke for some time. That night, the sea and sky was all the same color, a deep grey blue like a mackerel's back without the glitter. As the dawn approached, Aggie left the beach to return to her people, to tell them what must be done.
I'm not sure I want to see what happens next.
We have to, Morris.
No, 我知道。我记得我刚刚有看到左旋的贝壳，这里。
Such a small thing. But it changed the entire course of our island.
We heard the shell and knew Aggie had returned. Ibni was the leader then. It had taken many seasons, more than we would have liked, but there were finally enough Morlo again and our village was growing. We were strong. Some of the younger ones didn't know Aggie and didn't want to hear her, called her a moon-shot crone, but Ibni looked in her mother's face and saw the truth of it. The end would come. The earth was growling again. There would be hot rivers of death and clouds of poison. But Aggie brought us the answer. She would give herself to the island. Ibni's voice shook. Surely a deer or a goat would be enough. The year's finest, blackest calf. Aggie cast down her eyes and shook her head. We all knew.
所以他是献祭了自己去平复了
I offered my
火山
blade,
爆
but
发。
Aggie turned me away. She took her knife that had cut her own cord the night the volcano last erupted and wrapped Ibni's fingers tight around the bone hilt. It must be you, Ibni, she said. and it must be now before the sun comes up. This day, this morning, or we are all gone. The village, the people, the island. Aggie embraced her daughter. Ibni whispered something, but I could not catch the words. Both women's faces shone with tears. Aggie sat on the ceremonial stone, the tears streaming now from all of us. Aggie delivered her final message. She told us her body must not be burned or given to the sea, but lain in the earth of the island beneath the mountain. Ibni was shaking, and then I realized it was not just Ibni. The whole island was trembling under our feet, waking up. Aggie told Ibni to be quick, the end was coming. As Aggie took Ibni's hand and guided the knife to her side, we saw the fish folk rising from the sea, hundreds of them, so many. I had no idea there were so many. Aggie was quiet the whole time, but Ibni cried out. A sound of longing and hurting from her heart like I had never heard. Then she fell silent, and as Aggie's life poured from her body, the island and everything on it fell suddenly still. Utterly still. We wept then, in sorrow and relief. Then the fish folk were among us, countless, numberless. One embraced Ibni, holding her up as it seemed her own legs might give way. When the sun came up that day, land and sea folk stood together for the first time, talking and singing the old songs, Aggie's songs, together. Ibni and the fish folk took Aggie up onto the mountain. They laid her in the peat alongside the knife and all the things she would need on her journey. Ibni watched over Aggie for days afterwards. Before she was covered, she placed a sacred carved stone, Aggie's beloved hair, inside her mother's mouth, to guide her and help her keep the mountain still forever. And so it was.
Oh, Aggie. Now that's bravery.
这兔子我好像没有印象。然后结果 Morris 把人家挖出来 ，Oops。这兔子是在哪？
Oh, the morrow is white and
在哪？ 地主的缩小照相。不一定，因为他们的那个陪葬品，他们挖出来的时间好像又不太一样，所以有一些东西会被误认成是一些，所以还是要一个一个找，看他们有时候还会把一些把一些奇怪怪的东西放这。兔子在哪？会不会是在这个金洞里啊？斗内箱。我相信这些蛋应该是里面应该是没有相关联的啦。这灯塔一期应该是没有，不可能会有兔子，里面不可能会有兔子。那也不可能在这里面啊，这里面没了。贝壳啦， 精灵。这边岛精灵我都没有在找，想说算了。现在当务之急是找兔子。对吧？这边也没有在。难道在他这边吗？应该没吧。没呢，哎呦，太赤裸了，不会真的在他嘴巴里吧？太赤裸了。哎，有吗？啊，真的耶。哦，真的在他嘴巴里。但是该没了吧？太赤裸了。
Okay, Morris. I'll level with you.
But then, why did we need to visit the Bronze Age?
Aggie thought it was important for you to see those memories, so you would understand her path before you met her. But also, wasn't it cool?
That it was.
是很酷，但是火山已经要爆发了。
Oh, Sparky, thank you so much. To think, for a while there, I was worried that being dead was gonna be boring.
You are very welcome, Morris. Okay, so, shall we go say hello to Aggie?
Yes.
我们终于要去找阿吉了。
Morris, Sparky, it's so good to see you both.
Hey, Aggie.
Wait, you know me?
Of course I do. Morris Lupton, one of the best-loved men in the history of Shelmerston. With the...
Me? Oh, I don't know.
Come now. Let's go out of this place, into the air.
哦，不先把正事办完吗？
The one part of Shelmerston that looks just the same as the first day I saw it. I suppose it always will.
I love this beach. It's always been my favorite beach. I'm gonna go run.
Aggie, look at Sparky. She's shining.
That's the hope and the joy shining out of her.
That's it, isn't it? The point of all of this.
It is hope, home. This island, it chose the two of you just as it chose me.
And where will you be heading now? Heaven or something?
Heaven? What's that?
Well, I don't quite know how to explain it. But to me, it would be an awful lot like this beach.
I don't know where I'm going, but I'm hoping to see Ibni, my daughter. It's been a very long time, but I remember her. We never forget the ones we love, do we, Morris?
No, I don't suppose we do.
I think she wants something, Morris.
Huh. Would you look at that? I just found a tennis ball in my pocket. Here you are, girl.
所以最后阿吉说，岛屿选择了他跟莫里斯跟闪亮去接替这座岛屿的管理人。可是这圈子也都太大圈了吧？都太大圈了。火山爆发的部分呢？哦，我想应该是 Morris 他们接手之后，火山爆发又平息了吧？然后阿吉就跑去找他的氏族了。我想，哎呦 ，sorry。完结了，这样我的 Steam 游戏库里面又少了一个担忧了。今年就是最怕那种游戏玩到一半又烂尾，给我爆发！就想看到这边被夷为平地。可是在最后面萨姆讲的也有道理啊，我觉得萨姆他的心态也是正确的。可是这个岛屿本身，它还是对于他们现在所有岛上的任何一切都还有所留恋吧，想要达到一个平衡点，所以他才会去寻找管理人这样的一个职位来帮忙他们抑制住火山爆发。美术很棒，烂尾指甲仪。哦，先别讲指甲仪人，那个真的是玩了会头痛的。哇，那个解谜是会解到头痛。但是目前接下来的安排应该主要还是那个吧，博德之门。我想先把博德之门先玩完。啊，星空应该观望吧，我应该不会冲首发。对，你觉得星空那个有待商榷，还是说现场已经有人买了？我记得他不是有提早预购，有先预购，有提早1个礼拜吗？提早1个礼拜可以先玩。不知道现在的情况是怎么样？看推特上面的声浪是两方都有，有人说很好，有人说很烂，我不知道。对啊，星空 Starfield 不知道哎、星空目前看起来是有点失望，真的假的、啊？我记得它也不便宜，它的预购是多少？1700吗？没跟太空游戏对比就还好，可是如果一旦比较起来就不行了，是吗？那是不是就会有人说玩星空不如去玩 No Man's Sky？ 宇宙站的部分 No Man's Sky 比较好哦。看来是再观望一下吧。反正 No Man's Sky 我现在主线也还没走完，还在慢慢走。我觉得 No Man's Sky 应该就会被我安排在就是平常想要休闲的时候，想要到处乱逛的时候会玩的游戏。然后现在主要要跑的应该还是博德之门。我想要把博德之门玩玩看看，一个人一个人控4个， 不过在我没开台的时候，我应该还是会偷偷的玩一下博德之门，可能会跑一些小任务吧。然后 Fallout 太空版，哇，那真的是再看看咯，对我来讲，再看看吧。结束了，应该就跑一个吧。看我接下来的走向会走到哪，因为它有多少个结局我是不知道，但听说很多个。那我也没有特别去看人家的剧透啦，目前没有去看人家剧透，所以我也不知道结局有几个。可能下个礼拜应该也会排博德吧，早上应该就是早上到下午吧，早上到下午或者是下午到晚上。今天礼拜几啊？今天礼拜6哦，明天要玩，明天是 Home Sweet Home。我不知道Home Sweet Home 我上次被人家捏到结局，我不知道我要不要继续玩下去。反正明天再看看吧，明天看看怎么样。因为通常对于动漫画，就是漫画或动画结局，我被捏到其实还好，但是游戏的结局被捏到，我会有一点会瞬间会瞬间失去了所有的动力。对，会瞬间失去所有的动力，就会有一种看人家结局我都看到了，那我还玩屁啊！玩游戏不就是在期待那个结局吗？今天晚上嘛，可能可以看看吧，看今天晚上怎么样。如果今天晚上我还有时间的话，我应该还是会再 kick 开。但我不知道今天晚上状况怎么样，可能要等吃完饭之后才能决定。不然晚上是可以来玩一下 No Man's Sky 的等任务吧，去看一下有没有水银，有没有比较好解的水银解一解，想买一些东西。对啊，好啦，那今天就先到这边吧。然后实况记录我会留在YouTube 上，对，如果之后有要找一些实况记录的话，可以往 YouTube 那边走。好啦，那今天就先到这边啦。台风将至，虽然说现在没有风没有雨，但是未来的变数不好说，还是请大家记得做好防台准备。泡面、饮用水、手电筒、蜡烛、电池，还有一些你觉得你停电的时候可能你会用得到的东西，都顺便准备一下，对，以防万一啦。不怕那个1万，就只怕万一，对吧？好啦，但如果真的开始有点风雨了，大家还是不要出门吧，自己多注意好一下自己身边的亲朋好友，你们的爷爷奶奶，或者是阿公阿嬷，或者是你家附近的小朋友哦。对啊，台风路径一直在修正，所以根本不知道它到底要从哪边走。现在看起来应该是屏东吧，感觉它还会再继续往南呢。但是不管怎么样，大家就还是多注意一下自己的安全，跟自己身边周遭亲朋好友的安全，好吗？如果住在山区的人，更要注意一下那个土石流警报，适度的要撤离呢，好吧？毕竟雨下那么大，对，会不会土石流，会不会走山，会不会山崩，那都是很难说。反正还是大家多注意一下。好啦，那今天就先到这边啦，大家都辛苦了。风雨太大，就留在家里吃泡面吧。这几天大家委屈一点，吃点泡面。好啦，那就先这样，我要来去找个吃的。辛苦了，大家辛苦了，拜拜，拜拜。